Hello everybody, and welcome to another Mac84 live stream. I am Steve. You might have already known that. These are computers. You might have already known that too, but don't worry, we'll get you up to speed. How's everybody doing? My goodness, we have about 20 or so people, if the YouTube counter thingama what's it is to be believed. I clicked refresh on that as I started that sentence, and now the page is refreshed. I love how slow things are. I don't know what computers do either, Sean, especially what Quad G5s do with Linux. My goodness, what a silly person you are, Sean, and I love it. That is awesome. If anyone didn't catch that, Sean of Action Retro did a Twitch stream with his Quad G5 Power Mac running Linux, and he streamed from that PowerPC machine. It's just absolutely hilarious. Oh, well, that's one less thing I have to do now. I just checked that off the list of things I don't need to accomplish anymore. Okay, so let's see who is in the stream, who is joining us here today. We have Jay of the House of Moth. We have Bruce of Brankus Creations, who said he was first, so therefore he is first. We have Mike of Mike's Mac Shack. We also have Thomas, Joe, Plazzi, Retrotech or Die. Hello. Thomas Armstrong is here. Joe's Computer Museum is here. Michael's Workshop is here. We have Sad Mac 356. Eep. White Spy is here, DJ Craze is here, Sean of Action Retro is here, Dana Siberia is here, I Spy Retrotech is here, Malto is here, let's see who else, Starbuck Tech has joined the chat, Beethoven is here, and I think that Hunter Skiff is here, Charles is here. I think that's about it. Think we caught everybody. Maybe. I think. Okay, so we got that done. Alright, so yeah, I don't think the Linux adventures that Sean was doing were easy. Let's just say it that way. The amount of hours that man has sunken into his computers, I could just imagine. But yeah. Oh boy. Now a readable name in English. We'll see about that. I'm terrible. Kranos. Was that maybe kind of almost there? Alright, well, we'll go from that. Alright, so I'll be trying to install GOS 604 on a zip disk while watching. I think I've done that before. Good luck. So we have another camera set up today pointed at this. So we may jump over to those computers today. I have to write some disks. They are all pretty much set up. So I could jump over to that if needed. It's nice to actually have a space sort of clear. There's a floor. Oh my god. I know. Calm down, everyone. Calm down. Let's just take a breather. Be okay. We'll get through this. Okay. Trying to edit video while watching. That's not going to work out for you, Justin, unless you mute me. And that is okay. Yeah. Okay. So, Sean pulled off the near impossible for most of us. Yes, I agree. The floor will be short-lived. You be quiet there, Mike. Oh, God. Well, I hope everyone is doing well tonight. I'm doing all right. The bare floor just simply means I pushed everything off to a different part of the basement. Maybe. So, if you caught the previous stream that we did, we, as in myself and myself, we were playing around with this Macintosh 128K that is slightly off camera here. There it is. There. And we had to recap it because it was very unhappy. And actually, it turned on. It worked. Now, we still have an issue because the floppy emulator, the floppy EMU, not the EMU, the EMU, seems to be on the fritz. And I think that's because of a voltage issue. That would be an educated guess based on what Bruce at Brankus Creations and a bunch of other folks were talking about. So I think what we can do, not that we necessarily have to do it in this stream, but we could open it up and tinker around with it and see if there's anything that needs adjusting. Hey, Alex, thank you very much for joining. This is true, Mike. Other than that, I don't know. I mean, we got some retro computers, we got a printer. Do anything. I'm supposed to be repairing things. So we'll see how that goes. I have that problematic Performa with the sound that doesn't want to work. I could reseat that sound chip until the cows come home, although pretty much not looking forward to that. I was sent in some other work to do, but I really should not touch that until I'm done doing what I'm doing. In fact, let me check my list here to see what I owe people, because I have to send some things back. I'm the slowest at mailing things out. My apologies. So I make a list here to remind myself. So that's that LC I have to fix. There is the other sound issue for that guy. I have to mail back that classic board. And I have to mail back that LC3. I know, Mike. I know. Oh, yep, no worries, Galaxy. Yeah, I mean, I should have planned this out because, you know, that's what professionals do. We're not professional. No one's fooling anybody here. Any good tips on OBS network optimizing? I want to stream 720p at least. So far, I can 480. It really depends on your network connection and your computer. That's about it, Alex. That's about it. If you have a good internet connection, wired internet is strongly preferred over Wi-Fi. You'd be so surprised of how, you know, quick a connection you get over wired versus Wi-Fi. Connect it right into the back of your modem or router or whatever you have there. Hunter, your Mac Classic is... Oh, the analog board, you mean? Not the AV board? I have the parts for that. Let me see if I left myself a note. Let's remember here. Was that the analog board you sent, or am I thinking of a Mac SE? Somebody sent me an analog board even though I said I'm not doing them yet, and I promised I would get to it when I can. Or are you talking about... Wait, hold on. Let me bring up my list here before I make a fool out of myself. Well, even a bigger fool out of myself. Boop, 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 boop. That is the wrong Google Drive. Let's sign into the other thing. Hi, LaserTech. Hello. OBS has a hard time doing high def without a good GPU. An Intel GPU can usually do 720. Yes, that is true. Hey, Adam, how's it going? We're doing okay, I suppose. Alright, so Hunter, yes, you did give me an analog board. And, well, I do have, do I have a replacement? Oh, wait. I may be confusing it. I may have the Color Classic replacement kit. That's what I need to do. I need to look at the PCB, because there's different revisions of the analog board. So I need to look at that specific analog board to make sure that I have the right one that I could order the kit from. So that is where the holdup is on that. So apologies, but since I've just done the analog board for the Color Classic and I did the analog board for the 128K, I feel confident enough I could do that for the Classic. So stay tuned. I'll have to order a kit from Console 5. I did have... I'm just looking for the box of the other capacitors that have disappeared. Well, they're not for that machine anyway, but it was for the Color Classic and the Plus, I believe it was. Let me double check. I thought I had one for the Classic. It'll drive me crazy if I don't find it, so just give me a moment before I drive myself crazy. And then just ignore me for a moment. I'm having a moment. Let me stand up and look over here. So I thought, yeah, here's the box. Yeah, because I ordered the one kit that they had, I think, for the Classic. Yes, Waffle, Waffy. I always call you Waffle because the I is so small. You should just change your name and make it easier. Yep, here's a Color Classic kit. And here's another Color Classic kit. Okay, so I must not have... Well, let's check, huh? Let's do an old check. Because if I did order a kit and it's not in that box, it must be over here. I know this is very exciting, but... Look at that. I actually remember where the hell I put something. Yeah, so this is for the Mac Classic 2. Now, there are different analog boards, so I have to make sure this is the right one. In fact, I'm going to put all these on the top of here, because that's where they should be anyway. I will have to double check on that, but Hunter, now that I have the confidence to do that, you are fairly high on the list. Move all this other crap over there. Just too much crap. This is just way too much crap. Okay. Yeah, you know what? I do have... Oh, it's cold out. I was gonna say, oh, I'll go up into the garage and get the other analog board. We could do. I guess that's okay. How about this? Well, let's put up the screensaver just for a moment. You can look at that. I'm gonna run up to the garage and get the other analog board. I'm very curious if it is the same as mine, and then maybe I won't do a guide live, but we'll figure out. We'll do something fun, huh? How about that? Everyone's like, no, I don't want fun. Fun is scary. So let's see. What After Dark screensaver do you want? We got fish. We got flying toasters. We got the bouncing ball. We got hard rain. Yeah, I like the fish. We're gonna... Well, we did fish last time. Soon, Adam. Soon. Any suggestions for a cheap USB 3 webcam? I don't think you need a USB 3.0 webcam. All my webcams are USB 2 and they're just fine. The bandwidth will not saturate a USB 3 bus. Anything Logitech makes is generally good, but everything is expensive these days. Vote. Dana says toasters, so alright, I think we have to do toasters. Alright, so here's some toasters. Let me just pop over to the garage real quick, and I hate to leave you just so soon after starting, but I'll be right back, I promise. So let's, he's never coming back. Alright, so I'm going to put some flying toasters up here. You could look at that as you try and count the amount of crap in the background. And we'll go from there. But I'll be right back in just a moment. Oh, we have competing. Alright, when I go back, we'll play the fish for a minute. Hi. What a way to start a stream. I will be right back. Let me just pop up to the garage and see if we can make any sense of that analog board. Okay, I have returned and knocked over boxes in the process. Awesome. Let's go to do some fishies. All right, so let's get back to our regularly scheduled program, whatever this is. So I popped into the garage and got some stuff. I forgot that I had this in here, and we'll look at that in a moment. But here is an analog board, and this looks like it's a slightly later revision because it does say 1983-84 on it. Now, just judging from memory, it looks very similar, but I'm not sure if there's any difference. But there we go. So that would be a pretty boring live stream if I looked through any of the differences between this and anything else, but I'll probably do that in a different format. But yeah, I don't know what the case was with this. I got it in trade for some recapping work that I have to complete. Wow, that's look at capacitor 1. It's not electrolytic, but it's with a poly something. Bruce said it. It started with a P. But look at this guy. He has a little lead coming down and going to the port. Thank you, Zodio, for the super chat. Eat the army of the stuffed fish are pleased. Excellent. I'm happy to provide. So, I mean, these caps look to be in okay shape, but so did the other ones. I ripped off the other one, so that's probably not a safe judgment. Let's just... Oh, so this is a later model, I think, because it has these little pegs that hold the paper in, where mine did not. Mine just had the foam pads, and it had 2 screws. So this could be a later one. This could be, it is a later one, but the capacitors and everything could be different. But anyway, we have a board here. Now look at that. This is a Macintosh 512K board. And I know that because it says so right here. Apple computer. Oh, wait. So this could be either. That is neat. Look at that. Look at that. 128K or 512K. How about that? I wonder what this is now. I guess I could count the memory. It looks like it's a 512K because there's a mark in that white space. But has 83, 84. Is the copyright different there? Yeah, it is a ceramic CPU. It's a 68,000 series, 8 megahertz. There you go. But the chassis melted. Oh no. Yeah, so that's an interesting find. Yeah, so I got these parts. I forget the origin of if they worked or not. We'll not be playing around with them now, but I just wanted to grab these so when we pull that, I guess we'll pull the 128K out, we could do a test. Okay, so let's find a safe spot for these. So roll over them in my chair. Let's move them over here. Alright, so I guess the first order of business is checking out this 128K. There's a blue sticker on the shielding. That says 128 or 512. There's a blue sticker on the tall thing in the... Okay. And it says 512. Thank you, Adam. That saved me some trouble. So that is a 512K board. Alright, so let's get our 128 over here, I suppose. I guess. Is that what you guys want to see? I guess I can't spend too long on that because I do have to try and repair things and not be a selfish person who gets things, repairs them, and then is lazy about sending them back because he just has no time. Yes, it did. The board did say 512K on it, so I guess that answers that question. Why does this cart get stuck all the time? Probably something stuck in it. Anyway. I'm going to take the keyboard and unplug it. No worries, Adam. I didn't even notice the sticker there. Okay, so we're going to unplug the floppy MU right now. And we're going to test the voltage on the floppy port. So this is all unscrewed, just like my brain. Oh, why am I getting deja vu? Because you just played with this machine. And we have that very, very long floppy MU cable. It really helps if I stand up and not be lazy about this. It looks angry. Molar Mac is fun. Okay, so if I check this analog board, it does have those little holes for the peg, but the PCB does not. The plastic does. It's interesting. So yeah, this I will have to document it. Unfortunately, I ripped a lot of the caps off, but I think I could remember their original values. A lot of them were just 16. I know, Sean, I know. Who needs... Hey, Eric, how's it going? I promise not to screw up any blue scuzzies in this stream. Maybe. Alright, let's put the case over there. Now, we do have a way of measuring the voltage on this thing, and it's all thanks to my good friend Bruce at Brankus Creations. He reminded me about it, but you could basically probe the floppy drive, and it will tell you the voltage. So I'm going to go onto the YouTubes, and I'm going to find him his video. Oh, boy. Hey, look, I'm live. And we'll see if we could solve us our problem here. Okay, so we have the floppy port here, and we're getting an advertisement, so we just have to wait a second. They're special. They got scuzzy. Skip. All right, sorry, Bruce, for the ad revenue missed. All right, so we have a little floppy connector here. I'm gonna write down this diagram so I don't have to keep forgetting about it. Wait, blue scuzzy with the SIM? You mean blasted things have 5G now? All the blue scuzzy everywhere. All right, where the hell did I put that pen from last stream? I have a marker that'll work fine. Okay, so let's make ourselves a diagram. Sweet diagramming action. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, that's 10. And then we have one less here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Or is it 9? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 9. Okay, cool. All right, so this is pin 10. This is pin 1. This is pin 11. This is 19. All right, so 12 volt is on pin 8. 5 volts is on pin 6. And negative 12 volts is on pin 5. So that's negative 12. 8 is positive 12. And 6 is positive 5 volts. Okay, so we could test that out and see if this thing isn't getting enough voltage or too much. I would guess not enough because the floppy MU tried to start up and then bleh. So, all right, so let's see about that. Of course, we do have the case off here, so that's a wee bit dangerous if you're not careful. We always try and be careful. I like to be careful, sometimes too careful, but The DC mode or AC mode? I need one of those fancy multimeters that does all the thinking for you. I guess it's DC. Well, we'll find out. We're just measuring things. It's not going to zap anything. So we would have to go ground and then 8, 6, and 5. So that's 10, 9. That would be 8, 6, and 5. Okay, cool. So let's... I assumed it was DC. Looks like I'm right. Hey! I remembered something correctly for once. Let's try and wiggle this cord over here. So we have our power cord here. Let's bring this a little bit closer. And we have our multimeter, which let's see if we could get that standing up like that, and you could actually see, just like I can, maybe what it says. So we want to just ground it to like the chassis here. And this is 10, 9. Let's test all the voltage here. So we get, we did get something. I might need a paper clip, you know. These probes are not feeding their way in. So let's get, and I don't have the filter caps in. So hopefully we're not going to hurt it too badly. But you know what I have? I have these leftover leads. We could use those, assuming we're not going to mess anything up, huh? So we have 9, 10. So that's 8. Let's put that guy in there. Nope, I dropped one. Well, I have plenty of others. Tip the Mac on its front. Why? I know, I'm so happy it's working. Let's not jinx it, huh? 5 volts is 6. I'll be right there. So let's test these first, and then we'll go on to the other. All right, negative. Actually, we get positive 11.76. Let me write that down. 11.76. 4.37. So we're definitely on the lower side here. And 12.10. Is that negative? Should be negative. Yeah, negative 12.10. Positive 11.8-ish. So a little bit on the low side. Let me skim Bruce's video to see the... Sorry. Tip the Mac on the front, contacts on the bottom to probe under the PCB. Well, I mean, I could just do it via the floppy port. I mean, there might be other probes on it. That's fine, but... Okay, so let me just go through... Yeah, so that 5 volt is a little low. If only Bruce wasn't eating his lunch, he'd remember for me. Oh, shut up, you multimeter. Alright, here we go. So Bruce is mentioning in his video, it's supposed to be between 4.85 and 515. So that's 4.85 and 515. That's for the 5 volt positive. And between 11.9 to 12.8. So we are a bit low on the positive voltage, but the negative voltage is right around that mark. So here, let me put Bruce's video on the screen because I'm mentioning it. Why not give him a bit of a shout out? if I could click the buttons correctly. There we go. Here's Bruce's video. It's called Quick Tip Testing and Adjusting the Voltage on a Compact Macintosh. And I have the captions on because, of course, I do. And so there's actually a little thingy-majig here. You could adjust the voltage to be slightly more, slightly less. So there's a variable resistor, as Bruce says. Look at that. I get a stupid ad. But anyway. So that's that. And so we should be able to hopefully adjust the voltage if it's just slightly out of sequence here, I suppose. Doesn't hurt. I mean, we do have some caps that have not been replaced, so those, of course, could be still problematic. But that's just what we got what we have to deal with here. How about that? So I should actually grab the multimeter probes that have the little the grabbers. I did have YouTube Premium, and then I was online and I saw someone say you could do a YouTube Premium as an annual thing and you save all this money. And I'm like, oh, that's not a bad idea. But I have the family plan. Of course, I don't manage it, so I reached out to my family, and I'm like, oh, we should take me off of your thing so I could go and do. And the second they took me off, I realized, oh wait, because Google doesn't say it right on their website. You have to go to one of their help documents, and then it says so. It is so stupid. Like if you go to sign up to YouTube's page, it's all happy images of people going, I'm watching the YouTube. There's no fine print, I don't know. You have to go to the stupid, whatever, the support link. Oh, boy. YouTube Premium is okay, I guess. Okay, so we're going to continue this without Bruce, I guess, because he's got to go eat his lunch and do Bruce things. So my voltage is a bit low on the positive side, and right around the good spot on the negative side. So I guess we could adjust this slightly. I'm just looking for the probes where I can keep this attached so I don't have any issues while I adjust this. Where did those probes go? Alternatively, I could just get some wire. I'll probably have to do that. I don't know where anything is anymore. We actually have two multimeters. So we could, in theory, test two things at the same time. One moment. There we go. So we could test the positive and the negative while we're doing this, so we don't have to futz around too much. How about that? Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure exactly. There could be still a capacitor fault here, but I guess we'll figure that out. So first off, I need to see if I have a tool that could fit in that little spot there to adjust the voltage left and right. I know you're supposed to really use a plastic tool. I don't have one, but I'm seeing if I have anything small that will fit in there. I do have some of these little spudgers, but yeah, that's just too wide to fit in there. Hey Trina, how's it going? New Jersey. Who said New Jersey? I'm confused. Yeah, no, that won't turn it. I need a small flathead. I guess I could use this and this. Sue Tech. I have no idea what you're talking about. Alright, so what we're going to do is make sure that we have... Oh, I lost my train of thought. My goodness. We're gonna do the thing. That's what we're doing. The Thing. Brought to you by Mac84's slowly depreciating brain. Ooh, a grape iMac. Yeah, Trina picked up a neat iMac. All right, so this is an iMac G3 tray loader she picked up. So that is positive and negative. Okay, so we're gonna test both the positive and the negative as we're adjusting this. Let's see if I could jam the ground in somewhere. We're gonna dual multimeter this. This is an extraordinarily bad idea, I could tell you that. He can't even untangle his multimeter. What kind of a guy is that? Sure, that's ground. All right, and I wish I had another hand. That would make this a lot easier. All right, we're just gonna put this down here. I'll be able to see it. There you go. All right, and then this guy, we're gonna turn it off and turn it back on again because this thing just loves to turn itself off. It is stupidly sensitive. And we could shove this probe in another spot where it's not really going to move, but it's still going to give us a ground. I guess they could probe together. They're just probing ground, just ground probing buddies in that general vicinity. Sure. All right. Okay. What are we doing? Oh. Every time I say, "What are you doing?" you take a shot. Okay, we're all going to be dead. All right, so we're going to plug this in, and we're going to... Oh, that's right, I need to adjust the... voltage while I do this, too. What if I just... No. Well... I guess... There go the probes. This is a bad idea. Mm-hmm. Why can't I get this thing in the thingamajig? Streaming is not as easy as it looks, folks. Let's just say that. Bruce, your cat walked on the keyboard. That means he's in the vicinity. Bruce is in the building. So Bruce, I'm going to adjust this with the screwdriver, the voltage. So, you know, if I die, it's your fault, really, because you showed me how to do it on YouTube. So that's just how things work. So my voltage is, Bruce, if you were not paying attention, I have a positive 1176, a positive 437, a negative 1210. So my voltages are a bit lower on the positive side, and the negative side, they're okay. So I'm going to adjust this slightly to see if we get any difference, but it could be like the one or two caps that I just didn't replace. So, okay, where'd the other black thing go? There it is. Keep that shoved in like that. There. That won't go anywhere. Probably. I have the alligator clips. I have no idea where the heck they are. They came with the darn multimeter. So don't waste your money. You dial 9-1, and when I tell you, dial 1 again. All right, so we adjust this slightly, then I can see the camera as well. Ooh, that's not fun, Bruce. Well, clean up your keyboard, but I'm getting positive 11.76, positive 4.37, and negative 12.10. And I could actually type that in the chat here. 36, and that's 4.37, and we have negative 12.10. So, you know, on the 12 rail, the 5 rail, and the negative 12 rail. So we're not far off, but we could see why the floppy MU was like, yeah, I didn't want to do anything because it's slightly off. It was making it angry. Just focus on the 4.37. Okay. We do not need our dual wielding multimeters and silliness then. All right, so that is, thank you, Bruce, for your kind dedication to the craft. So we'll just put that there. There we go. Is this the 128K you broke? Yes. It works now. All right, let's do a thingy. Let's curve this so our little pin can sit in there. And we don't have to wiggle it around too much. Oh, shut up, you multimeter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exciting metal bending action, 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 action. I do apologize if this is kind of a dull stream. It's just what happens sometimes. When you're burned out at the end of the day and you're just like, huh? What? Who? Alright, that should be okay. Okay, so let's turn it on. Why aren't we getting anything? 9, 8, 7, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, that's 5. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You dum-dum. Let's try it again. Stupid multimeter. Why do you keep turning off whenever I need you? What's your problem? Now what's going on? Where's what? One, 2, 3. So 10, 9, 8, 7. 10, 9, 8, 7. I have it in the wrong one again. What is wrong with me tonight? I am just not thinking clearly. It should be 6. Let's count together. Counting is hard. It's a lot of, there's all those numbers. Got some symbols in there too. Why are we getting nothing? We're getting nothing. Oh. I have the wrong multimeter plugged in. 4.5 4.2 something. That's what it's doing. I was promised there would be no math. So yeah, that's pretty low. So let's use an excuse for our glove. And we're going to slowly turn this to see if we get an increase here. So this should be 4.85 or higher. It is working. So should I stop at 8.5 or should I push it a little bit higher? Like 4.90? Breaking news! Steve doesn't know how to use his tools. Shocker! So we're at about a steady 4.91 now, which is good. I've never done this before, so I'm asking. I have no idea. Close to 5 as you can. Alrighty. Yeah, we have turned it quite a bit. $5 on the penny, right there on the dot on the penny. Who says that? I guess I do now. Set it to 8.4. All right, so let's turn that off. Now I'm curious about the one next to it. That's the negative 12 volt. Let's see if that does anything. Whoa, that was not happy. What's going on there? Let's make sure we're not hurting anything. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. That's the 5-volt rail. We have I don't see any magic smoke. All we have is the multimeter plugged in, unless it doesn't like that. I don't know what I'm doing with analog stuff. I have no idea what I'm doing. Let's unplug the multimeter just for funsies. You be quiet. I've had enough out of you. This might be a project for another day, methinks. Nope, now it's making noises again. So we're going to unplug this. And we're just not going to mess with this today because I've lost my patience with it. I'm going to turn that voltage down just a wee bit. Yeah, I was trying the negative, Bruce, the negative 12 volt, but now it's not happy. If I turn the voltage down, it's happy. Let's use the multimeter that is easier to see, even though it's evil. And we want to look at oh, that's right. We have to adjust it for. I really don't want to do this right now. Can we just play with like one of those computers instead? I think this thing needs more capacitors. Needs more capacitors. You can see my reluctance to mess around with anything. But it flips, Bruce. Isn't the flipping a bad thing? Isn't that an extraordinarily bad thing? Yeah, the add-on board could be drawing extra current, I suppose. I know, but it's easier for you to say be brave, and I'm just like, eh. Alright, well, let's get this show on the road, I suppose. I guess I should bring the 5 volts back closer to 5 and then test the 12 again, I guess. Oh, retro techie. I should have stayed upstairs and fallen asleep. I know, I'm just afraid like something's gonna go pop and there's gonna be magic smoke. So 8 is the positive 12. And then we have 5 volts is 6. Let me get one of these guys. Oof, that doesn't sound like fun, Charles. That's what I'm afraid. I'm going to be like, derp, and make a stupid thing. Well, I am. I make stupid things all the time. So, stupid things are my speciality. There's no reason to pop. This is true, but there's plenty of other magic smoke, I'm sure, that can release itself. Yes, Ken does. Although I don't think Ken would be doing what I'm doing. I can guarantee you that much. Not that, you know, he's you know, he has better sense than I do. How about that? Ken's a great guy. Love that guy. Okay. So, this is what we're going to do. what we were trying to do before logic and common sense failed us because I'm an idiot. We just wire it backwards. Let's try not to do that, shall we? All right, so I'm going to try and measure measure 5 volts here. So I'm going to get this back up to 5. And then we'll stupid metal things. I should really just get one of those floppy cables and just rip them to shreds and just build it for this thing, because this is, I mean, I'm actually making a big fool out of myself. But something tells me a lot of you watch just for that reason. You know, multimeter, you and I are going to have a long talk into the dumpster one day. Hey, Elemento, watch me blow this up. Alright, so this was working fine and now it's unhappy. So what we're going to do is turn it back on. We got this multimeter, which the battery is low apparently. Great. This is not my day. This is not my day. So I guess we have to use the multimeter with the good batteries. Why even have to? Why even bother? We'll use the one that very much likes to shut off for no reason. So we are getting low 5-volt voltage and low 12-volt voltage, and our friend Bruce here was suggesting that we noodle around with the thingamajig, the knob, to adjust the voltage and see where we're at. So I'm going to connect this to the 5-volt pin on the floppy connector. If I could get this situated here. Oh, come on. Yeah, close enough. That should be fine. You can see that. All right. I don't know where the 9 volts are. Okay, and we're going to turn this on. That wasn't happy. What the hell was that all about? What was the voltage on that? What's going on today? I should not be handling high voltage electronics the way my mind is right now. Oh boy. It's not big on batteries. No, last time I used one of the batteries I had, it was a crummy brand, and it cost me to spend $200 on something I thought was broken. Alright, I'm rewatching my stream. God, I look terrible. Hold, please. Watch Steve watching his own stream. Oh, the pixelization is so rough I can't even see anything. Oh, come on, YouTube, really? I can't even... Somebody rewind it and tell me. I can't from this perspective. I was curious what the voltage read on the thing as I turned it on. But I don't want to, Bruce. Alright, fine. Let me get a paper clip or something, because the little things I'm shoving in there are not fitting, and I want to just do this properly. What do you mean, Bruce, I don't carry batteries? I carry tons of batteries. I have tons of batteries. Isolation transformer. That sounds like fun. I will take that under consideration. How come I don't have any paper clips? That multimeter is gonna. Who wants a multimeter? We're gonna give away a multimeter because I'm fed up with it. And your hand is blocking the meter. Oh God, Steven, can't you do anything right? No. The answer is no. The answer is no. Oh, fooled you. Oh, these pliers. Remember that one stream where Steve got a little loony? That's every stream. All right, so let's put this back on the 5 volts here. I should remember this by now. It's pin 6. Okay, so that's the 5 volts. Oh, shut up. This stream will be renamed Steve Cussing at Multimeter. That's really all this is. I guess if I don't touch anything, I'm fine. That doesn't seem right. It's rebooting. Awesome. I don't know, Trina. I don't know. These are questions no one is meant to know. Let's bring out the Quadra 840 AV. I like my chances on that tonight. It does say DC, Bruce. DC. Power supply is mad at you. Yes. Let's double check here. Is this probe actually touching that as it should? Oh, God. What a mess I've made out of things, huh? Let's try this again, shall we? Oh, it would help if the pin... Stupid. There we go, 4.5. So let's bring this up to 5 again. I think I twisted it the wrong way. It won't twist anymore. Okay, so it's now at 4.8 whatever. That seems to be the highest I could get it. I'm just gonna put this way. I'm seriously just not having fun right now with this, and that's just... I don't want to deal with it. I just don't want to deal with it. Sorry. I just don't want to deal with it right now. No, Bruce, I'm just not in the mood for this right now. We'll play around with it another day as my glove gets caught in it. Sorry, sometimes you just get frustrated with something and you don't want to play with it. That's just... it will live again. It will live again, and I'll throw this multimeter across the basement in frustration. Because even the disable auto power off mode only lasts for like 10 seconds. So what are we gonna do now? I have no idea. Something that doesn't require voltage adjustments. I really worked myself into a corner there. Set-top box. No. There's literally nothing to see on the set-top box. Oh, Bruce. I can just see you saying that in your voice. It's hilarious. Oh God. Oh God. All right, let's see. What could we mess with here? I don't know. Suggestions? Say them in the chat. I'm out of ideas. I'm not. Maybe I'm low on vitamins. Oh, that's probably it. Did someone say Linux? No! Alright, you know what? Let's try and fix Mike's PowerBook, huh? Let's try and fix Mike's PowerBook. It has screen issues. Let's just bite the damn bullet, take apart the PowerBook, and let's fix Mike's PowerBook. It's been sitting here for God knows how long. Mike is now waking up because I said his name in the word PowerBook, and he's like... So let's fix the capacitor on Mike's PowerBook, huh? How about that? Oh yeah, Elemento. That's not fun. Those power supplies suck. The rivets and everything. My goodness. All right, someone wake Mike up. I'm getting this PowerBook. Be right back. Hold on. Where I thought was Mike's PowerBook was a PowerBook 150 that he gave me because he picked it up for somebody. But it was in the same exact bag as his 165, like the same looking one. I'll be back. It'll probably take me like 5 minutes-ish. I'll need my flashlight. I'll be back. Entertain yourselves. All right, fear not. I have found it. This is Mike's PowerBook 165. And it has some poor capacitor issues with the screen, which I will demonstrate in a moment. Let me fish out a power supply. It was actually in the bin I thought it was in. How about that? Alright, Ellie, I see you spam my YouTube channel all the time. How about you cool it there with the gibberish, huh? Thank you. Let's hope this works. Okay, so make some room here. Hard drive is making noises. Get some display. You can kind of see it there. It's not too terrible. Well, we're going to find out, Elemento. I hope it used the same as the 160. Because that's the capacitors I bought. But if it's something different, I guess we'll learn, huh? Yeah, the contrast is a little on it, but not too terrible. Let me take a picture of this so I can do a before and after, assuming I'm successful. It's really not too terrible, but it's not ideal. If I leave it on long enough, I'm sure I'll have the tunnel vision, but there you go. That's not too bad. Let's look at the specs. This has 8 megabytes of memory. Look at that. Yes, Mac Yak is planned for tomorrow. Do not worry. It's pretty tolerable. But it's a passive matrix screen. You're going to get ghosting. That's just the nature of the beast there. Alright, so let's shut this down. The control strip was on the right of the screen. That's just silly. Alright, so we're going to move our power cord there. And we're going to make some room so we can take apart this machine and fix it up, huh? Let's put away our keyboard, because this is like the only one I have. And I should, yeah, those should be enough of the parts there that I need. Okay, alright, so let's see if we could take this thing apart properly, as the webcam wants to escape from its holder yet again. Curse you, webcam! I need an above camera like Bruce. Like a fancy streamer. I like the control strip. Alright, so I think we have to remove the 3 screws at the bottom. Four screws at the bottom. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep track of these along the way. Because that way we don't screw anything up. Or I'll never hear the end of it from Mike. So we're going to draw ourselves a little diagram. And we're going to tape each screw. Or just put it very neatly and flat over there as we work on this. So, there we go. I always have socks on. When I don't have socks on, that's when you got to worry. I think this is a T8. Yeah. Now watch, all my T8 bits are probably somewhere else. As they should be. That's a T7. Yeah, it's a T8. Don't worry, not everything can beat me today. I had another screwdriver set that I just got. Where'd all the bits go? Where'd all the bits go? What's this one? This one's that's a T15. Let's check the desk. Everything's always on the desk. Well, thank you, Mike. Well, don't tell me I left the tools upstairs, because I'm beyond getting off of my butt at this point. Here they are. Here they are. We found it. Alright, so T8. Yoink. Goes there. Hackers. What a horrible movie. I love it. Yeah, well, this screwdriver is... Ow! Tweezers are sharp. I can already tell that screw's not going to come out because the plastic around it probably broke. So, that's going to be fun. I actually have a magnet. Where is it? I had one. I should label these drawers one day. Whatever. I don't know how magnets work. It's a mystery. Ow, I really stabbed myself good with those tweezers. Let's just dug in there. Alright, well. Yeah, that is not coming out. Oh boy. This is not going to be fun. Brittle plastic. The rubber feet are intact. Otherwise, this thing is not in bad shape at all. Maybe if I hold it a certain way, put pressure on it. No. I need this screw to be released. It's not a stripped screw. It's just the plastic post of the screw has disintegrated over time. And so that post is just spinning as I spin the screw. What are we going to do today? We are just screwing everything up, huh? The machines are winning the battle, my friends. The machines are winning the battle. No, it's not a stripped screw. The rubber band or anything is not going to help it. The problem is there's a screw. Here's the post, okay? And the screw's in there. I'm turning it and the post is going whee because it's a piece of plastic. Alright, Bruce, no worries. Alright, well, let's see. There's a screw back here we have to undo. That's by the modem guy. Alright, so let's see if indeed that would assist us here. I thought I could just like lift that clip up like it did with the other one. Yeah, there it goes. No, it kind of wants to. I forget if I have to take the display off of this first. I should look up the instructions. Let's not make any silly mistakes, huh? Here we go. How to take apart the darn thing. Hey, Daniel, how's it going? Alright, so we're going to follow this guide to take the machine apart. Because I know there's a ribbon cable right under the keyboard. I just don't want to force this by doing anything wrong. Okay, so yeah, that's the way it actually should go, the way I was working on it before. Okay. Excellent. Yeah, so this is Mike's PowerBook 160. We've had it here for way too long. I'm just suggesting the body remove itself from the bottom here. There's that screw that is really just spinning freely. Oh, there she goes. And yeah, I could see that post just was having a good old time in there. Alright, so that's loose now. We should be able to get this side of it loose, and then the whole part should just come up. I know there's a clip here. Might be able to get with my fingernails. If not, I have one of these plastic spudger guys. Come on, let's be careful here. We don't want to harm you, Mr. PowerBook. We just want your juicy bits inside. We have a PowerBook 165. That is being very stubborn about releasing its magic. No, I'm not going to damage it, Mike. I would never dream of doing that to a PowerBook. A PowerBook of a friend. There we go. Good as new. All right, so looks like you have a memory upgrade in here, Mike. Look at this guy. Or whatever that is. How about that? Yeah, that's plugged into here. Look at that. It's a bit bendy. And you have unpopulated slots. We could solder on more memory. That's probably not how that works, but it was only registering 8 megabytes of memory, Mike. So maybe this was, bending in a weird way or something like that. But Adam says it looks like a 4 meg card. It's a bit of rust on that connector, but it's okay. I'm not gonna, tear down the whole thing. But I am going to unscrew this and just make sure there's nothing hiding under there that needs attention. But we got it open. Yay. You've had issues with the RAM card before. Oh, okay. Yeah, see, here's that screw post. While I have it here, let me show you. Here's the post here at the very top of the screen. And if I put the screwdriver in there and turn it, you'll see that the post is turning too. But if I hold the post, I'm able to get the screw out. Put that over there so remember which side that goes on. That's been busted. Okay. He tells me after I try and take it apart. Yeah, I'll try and hot glue it. We'll see. Alright, so let's carefully suggest that this board come quietly upwards so we could inspect what is underneath it. I think that's all the screws. It's just on this little connector here. Well, that doesn't want to come off, now does it? I do have some JB Weld. Where it is an excellent question. Like all questions of the universe and Steve's basement, who knows? Alright, let's see if that helped at all. There it goes. Alright. It looks fine under there. So that's good to know. Yeah, there was just a bit of rust on this reset or interrupt switch, but that's fine. So yeah, we have the video out, which this PowerBook comes with. You need an adapter, of course, but that does have video out, which is nice. And yeah. Okay, so let's look at that. There's a little Apple inspection sticker with a little stamp on it. And that says D1. D as in dog 1. Oh, that's cute. I'm going to take a picture of that. It's not HDMI, you silly gooses. HDMI wouldn't be invented for eons. Someone, asked me questions. People ask me questions on Twitter and Instagram about old Macs, and I usually don't answer because I politely put, please, no tech supports messages in my direct messages. Of course, nobody freaking listens. But I got somebody who messaged me, and they're like, yeah, I have a Mac Classic. How do I get USB ports on it? And my answer is, you don't. You don't. Hey, Dave's Vintage Apple Tech, how's it going? But, questions like that always come back to, well, what the heck are you trying to do with it? Why do you want this functionality on it? And usually when you ask that, they're like, oh, I don't know. I want to plug a mouse into it. Well, that's not the type of mouse that plugs into it. What are you talking about, Doc? All the best stuff's made in Japan. Alright, so there's nothing inherently wrong with the logic boards. We're going to leave that alone. We're going to work on the screen. So let's put this back as it was. I could solder on anything to anything. Doesn't mean it's going to work. Okay, so the screen is going to be fun here. Let's follow the guide for the screen. Okay. Alright, so do we have to take apart the trackpad? No, I don't think so. I think I leave that alone. Chris, Adam probably has some excellent advice there for the Apple IIc, as he's an expert. Okay. Alright, yeah, see, this is the post that's there, and this is the post that plastic is just, ugh, it's broken. Alright, well, let's keep disassembling this. So we have the keyboard removed there. We have to remove these feet. I'm going to take plenty of pictures. Oh yes, the front of the LCD I had to do that too. I'm just a bit all over the place today, aren't I? Let me just take the. So I think these board. Oh, do I have to remove the feet? Well, just leave them in there for now. For some reason, I had to remove them on the other one. Might have been because it was a broken screw. All right, anyway, let's. Get the front of this sorted. So this wants me to remove the inverter board. I mean, this is the full disassembly guide, so this is probably telling me to do things that aren't necessarily 100% required. Hold on, just keep on scrolling through this. Floppy drive, no. Clutches and display housing, here we go. Yes, so we need the little clutch covers, as Elemento was mentioning. So these were actually labeled as a disposable part in some PowerBooks. And so basically, you're supposed to just be able to get these off fairly easily. Oh, come on. You silly goose. Hello, everyone that I have not been able to say hello to. Alright, easier said than done. On some of these you have to squeeze. I forget if this is one of those. I believe they do need to come off. I've had to do it before. There we go. A little spudger helps. They have these little clips, so it's extra fun. Huh? Yeah, because they have these little tiny feet. There we go. There comes one. Hey, the Mac Geek. How's it going? And I'm gonna remove the other one. So we're just gonna take our time here. See that there's a screw under there that has to be removed in order to remove the display. So if you want to take the display off, you do have to remove these covers. Look at that, none of them cracked. I'm surprised. All right. So I think what I have to do is I have to remove this display cable here. That is very, very what's the word? Fragile. Fragile. Yeah, I need to take everything off here. So I need to replace the capacitors on the other side of the board. And so make it a bit easier for me to do so. Here we go. That ribbon cable is now released. Excellent. Okay, and then there is the inverter cable. That's right, that's why I have to remove the foot, because I have to take this board off to disconnect the inverter cable. So I think I have to do it from this side. This is a PowerBook 160. Well, it lets me remove the inverter a bit easier because there's that cable there. So I'm going to take it apart the way I'm taking it apart. I'm not saying it's the proper way. It's just the way I'm going to take it apart. So there. This is my friend Mike's machine. If it was mine, I'd probably take a more haphazard approach to it, but I want to take my time. Okay, and then we have a few screws here. And this should be one of those things where hopefully, because on the other one, one of these screws was broken, unfortunately. Hopefully this is easy. Hey, how about that? Came right off. Excellent. So this is what I want to do. I want to unplug the cable for the inverter because that goes down here. There's this little plastic flap. And you see that's where the hinge of the screen is. So that's why I wanted to unplug it so I could pull this through. So let's see if we could feed that through. Yes, we can. I'm actually going to put this back there. The proper way. So we don't lose anything, huh? This is more my speed. This is more my speed. Analog circuitry is not. And it's just, I have no idea what I'm doing. So when I hear bad noises or things go bzz, I'm like, nope, don't want to deal with that. Not fun anymore. And that screw fell in there. Fish that out. Mike just doesn't want anything to happen to his PowerBook, and I don't blame him. We're going to be very extra careful with his PowerBook. These little clips by the feet can come out. I'll put them in this little bag so we don't lose them. Okay, so in theory, yep, there goes the contrast slider, the brightness slider. Let's take those off. Oh, if it didn't come off, I'll just leave it in there. But I'm just looking at this. Okay, so there's this clutch cover too that has to come off. Well, that stinks at him. And there are two more screws right behind here. Well, should have been supporting that a little bit, but nothing cracked. It's okay. Alright, so we're not going to pull anything. I'm just having a look here. This side was easy to be removed. This side looks like we have to figure out. Let me actually put the screw back in there so we don't risk damaging that ribbon cable, because That would be extraordinarily bad. Mike would murder me. Alright, so... Oh, yep, I do have to take that off just to get this board out of here. So yeah, I was on the right track. I have to take out the board where the keyboard goes. Of course, I put the inverter back in, so I have to take off that piece. And the screw fell. And I found it. It's okay. Okay. Alright. Now we have to take off this little board with the PRAM battery and the speaker. And I'm sorry you can't see it right now, but when I remove it, I'll show you. How about that? That would be great if I could find the pair of tweezers that fell and stabbed me, because I was using those. I guess I'm not using them anymore, huh? Who are you talking to, Steven? I don't know. Okay, here's the board I just removed. So we have a speaker here. We have a PRAM battery from the looks of it here. And we have that interconnect cable that goes from the screen to the main logic board. The keyboard plugs in up here, and the inverter plugs in here. And the display plugs in this little slot, this long slot there. Reset the PRAM! Alright, so now, here, I want to show you this on camera. Gee, Steven, you should take a drink from your water that you brought down. So there's this plastic little sleeve here, this little piece of plastic, like this paper, that sort of comes away. And now, we have a better view of the display, and it has more room if I were to unhook the display thing here. Take this screw out here. Just doing it by hand so I don't screw anything up. Let's move the camera up slightly. I should be able. There we go. See, now there was plenty of room to remove that display cable. Before, there was just no room there. So, excellent. So, let's take a moment to organize everything. Because Mike is not going to be so patient on getting this one back, I could guess. So I'm going to actually use, I don't know where the tape is, so I'm just going to use more of these little bags. So here's the inverter. Those are the two screws for the inverter. That'll go in there. Clean those keycaps. Do it. Alright, and these two screws, well, I could actually put them back where they go, just without the board. And I could see cracks around the plastic there, but we're going to be extra gentle. Now, I do have some blue scuzzies to assemble that are actually for PowerBooks, so that'll be fun to play around with at some point. Okay, so we have to remove the bezel here. So there are these plastic plugs at the bottom of the screen here, and there are screws behind them. And so we are going, well, there's no sense in rushing these repairs. This is just going to get you a whole lot of frustration. So let's try and work this carefully. This one looks like it's already been melted a bit. Oh yeah, this one's melted. Oh, God. Yeah, that's not coming out easily. Sorry, Mike. This one is melted. I was like, why does this little one look so different? It is melted. I'm sure someone could 3D print them. Ugh. That's going to be fun getting out of there. Well, at least it could be used for color matching, huh? I'll send it to Joe of Joe's Computer Museum. He can match the color. And out comes the screw. You have to get this one out first. Now this one's actually intact from the looks of it. Yep. Okay. Now I know there are clips, so I think it like slides down this way, the display. Use my thumbs to get in between this. Ow. Yeah, the back sort of unhooks, and then there's clips on the side. Mike. Oh, don't worry. You'll find other things to bother me about, I'm sure. All right, so there's a clip right here on the side, on both sides of this. So we're just going to be careful, especially this plastic is quite brittle. That one came out with no problem. Good night, Trina. Thank you very much for stopping by. Good luck with your iMac. Here we go. So we got the plastic bezel off. Put that to the side. Let's scroll down on our Apple service manual here. And we have a bunch of screws for the display. So let me make a little diagram here. And so we have 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Most of these screws are all the same. They're just Torx 8. So that's very good. We could basically disassemble the entire display here. Surprisingly, the logic board all has tantalum capacitors, which is great. But the display, I don't think we're as lucky. Okay, so cover the keyboard. Alright, so let's move these. I see a bunch of resistors. Tiny resistors. Let's move the display forward. Make sure that none of the cables are catching on the hinges. Oh, there are screws that are holding in this big white cover. So we could remove that. I'm going to take a picture of how this inverter cable lies, just so I know I get that correct next time. Take that off. have our display. I'll put the housing on the side here. Okay, so we have the inverter on the left here. That's this big white chunk. And let's turn it around. Oh goodness, those capacitors have leaked. Holy Toledo. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get some paper towels. I'm going to put one over here. I'm going to tape it. So when we work on this LCD, we're not going to harm the thing, okay? Let me get some tape. I guess I could use this Kapton tape. It's pretty gnarly, I will say. Well, that's that. I just had like a stack of paper. I guess I could use my little guide here. Make sure I don't destroy anything. Hold on. Okay, let's put all the screws back from where they came so we don't get confused later. Alright, cool. So we're going to use this piece of paper here. We're just going to cover the display just to give it some protection, as we're going to use this as a little thing here. Be very careful of the ribbon cable too. You do not want to harm that. In fact, we could take that off, and I probably will. It also doesn't help when Apple uses like the same model number for like 8 years in a row. Okay, so here's a very delicate ribbon cable. And so there's actually a little connector to remove it. And if you do that, it is, just adhered on here with a little bit of tape. But if you're careful, you could undo that. So I don't want my soldering iron anywhere near this connector. There we go. Extremely careful, extremely fragile with this. I'm going to put it right where the screws are, so nothing will touch that. So I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 capacitors here. And these are what they look like. They do not look like the ones where they're all the same, with the pins on the same side of the pad. They just look like your standard electrolytic capacitors here. And we're going to look at the values. 3.3 microfarad, 35 volt by the looks of it, the very tiny ones. Then we have 22 microfarad, 35 volt. We have 100 microfarad, 6 volt. And yeah, so I'm going to take some pictures because this will be a guide. I'm going to actually double check my guide as we're talking here to see if this matches exactly what I had before. Now, of course, the HTTPS on my website is currently all screwed up for whatever the hell reason. Which really angers me right now, but what are you going to do? Alright, so I have to ask Bruce some questions later. That'll be what he gets for not attending. Alright, so if I go to repair guides on my website, we do have PowerBook 160 display guide. And it looks like these capacitors are identical. Yay! Alright, so yeah, it looks like this set of capacitors is exactly what we have on the 160. So that's good to know. I have the parts and everything. You're very welcome, Daniel. I'm happy to have that on there. And, or Joe, you could fix my certification. How about that? There we go. And this is a little thing that's just all dark and weird looking, but whatever. Okay. All right. So, I guess we'll just have to remove. Oh, that's right. We have to remove this piece of plastic here. There are these little metal tabs. Just got to bend out of the way. And we'll get to the microscope so you can see the capacitors in a moment. Hey Justin, how's it going? Alright, so let's see if, well, we taped it to this, so. Okay. I'm going to have to do the same thing on this side here where we taped it. And the same over here. Oh, I forgot to do that tab. Come on. Oh, there were screws. I forgot. There are 3 screws holding in the inverter thingamabobber here. These are actually just Phillips screws. So we have to change from our whatever that was, Torx 8 to a Phillips. Because that's what's holding this piece of plastic down that we need to remove in order to get to the back of the display here. Oh, well, thank you very much, Justin. That's very cool of you. You ordered a t-shirt from my Teespring. Excellent. I do have some t-shirts and some mugs and some silly, stuff like that is available on Mac84.net. You have to currently go to https://mac84.net because I apparently have no idea what I'm doing when it comes to HTTPS and all that fun stuff. Alright, let's make sure we are not hurting this in any way. Oh yeah, it's sort of clamped in there. Can I just, there's another screw here with the display going to this, so maybe that's the one I have to take apart. Yeah, that's a long one. No, actually, I'm lying. It's not. Oh. That takes off the front of the display. That doesn't really help me. Oh, God. So here's the actual bulb. The inverter. Thought we had to take the whole... Oh, maybe I just have to take the display out of here. Very carefully. Okay, well, that's going to be fun to put back together, but we're in too deep now. So let me just put this down there very carefully. And now I remember why I regretted doing this. It's gonna be a pain in the butt. Alright, let me get another piece of paper here. I want to try not to get too much dirt or crud on anything. Or bend this in a way that it shouldn't be bent, because everything is very fragile right here. And we don't want to harm it, okay? That's my official stance. Do no harm to old computers. How is it almost 11 p.m.? My goodness. We wasted a lot of time on that 128, huh? I'm sure you'll see more of that. Bruce won't let that go. Alright, so now we could actually get work started on this thing. So I'm going to bring over the microscope. Turn the light on. We have to unplug our secondary camera because I am Mac84, the person who doesn't have enough USB ports on this thing. Let me sit up. Oh, my fly is open. How about that? Why didn't anybody tell me 3 hours ago? Okay, here's the cable. And there's the other camera, which we have to disconnect. And hopefully that doesn't break anything. Hi, you haven't seen me in a while. Oh god, this camera tripod. I just need to spend like 2 weeks of tidying up this place and getting things in working order. That'll never happen. Where'd I put my water bottle? Water bottle. Here, boy. Here it is. I found it. I hope not Starbucks Tech. That would be disturbing. Let's put this over here. We have a screw that got away from us. That'll go over there. Turn the soldering iron on. And this is going to be a fun one. So let's switch over to the microscope mode so you can see something entertaining for once. Now look at that. It worked on the first try. I didn't have to open QuickTime or fuss around with anything. Beep. Let's look at these crusty old caps. Aren't those delicious? Look at all that crust. Those are some crusty caps, I tell you. Yuck, 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 yuck. That one's actually not too bad. Neither is that one. It's just these tiny ones that went to crap. These ones, oh, these are the worst. Look at that. It's getting all the it's actually corroded into here. Look at this. Look at that. That solder mask is just coming right off. Oh boy. You send me the best ones, Mike. Oh, look at this electrolytic goo. Oh, that's just flux. Never mind. Oh gosh. Well, this is gonna be fun. I can tell. All right, so I don't think I'm going to use hot air for this. I think I'm just going to use the soldering iron because I don't want to risk touching anything I shouldn't. But I will use some fresh solder and some flux to sort of suggest that these capacitors come back from wherever they came from. And get the hell out of here because we don't want them here. All right. I need those tweezers that stabbed me and fell to the ground. Where did they go? Did they fall in this box? Yes, they did. How about that? I found them. Oh, these smell terrible. Oof. This, I think, this has to be like one of the worst caps I've ever smelled. Oh, I wish I didn't have my sense of smell right now. Let's move this so it's a bit easier for me to manage here. Oh boy, this poor PowerBook 165. Its display has crusty capacitors. Oh gosh. Oh, just look at that. Well, that pad was lifting up a bit. That's okay. We'll clean that off. You know what? Maybe with this new hot air gun, I could use the hot air and it'll be more precise and I'll be okay. Let's try it. Oh, fish, 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 fish. Disgusting, disgusting fish smell. Ugh. So this new hot air gun has a very fine tip, which may serve us well. Yes, Elemental wins the emoji award. Alright, so we have to get this a little bit closer. Let's zoom out a bit. There we go, just about there. Oh, you know what? No, wait. That's what I did last time. I'm just remembering now. Put a bunch of this tape here to protect that very delicate ribbon. Don't want to get any heat on there or anything like that. No, thank you. All right, let's try that again. And yes, I noticed that this ribbon got a little loose, but we'll fix that. Yep. The tape did its job. We will use more of it. A lot more. Ugh, disgusting. I mean, JB Weld works well for some folks. Let's use a proper Heat shield. How about that? It's still gonna get crap everywhere, but we're gonna try our best. Sorry, I'm just responding to the chat, so if you're watching this in the future and I have no idea what the heck I'm talking about, I was probably talking to somebody in the chat. Those just went flying, didn't they? They went whee! Oh boy. You know, Mike, I'm going to save these for you. They smell so nice. I think you just love them. Tape is delicious. Let's just add a little dab of flux here. Alright, let's get these darn caps out of here, huh? Absurd ideas? Well, you have to share it now, Adam. Oh, that little guy flew off. We'll put you back. I do not always have the correct caps on hand. I just buy for specific projects. So I bought these caps hoping that they were the same as the PowerBook 160 that I redid for Mike earlier. It turns out they were. But with component shortages and stuff, it is harder to find the right caps and the right sizes and all that stuff. So, yeah, it's a bit rough. Okay. Yeah, it is high. I'll adjust that. I must have been using it for some silly thing and whatever. All right, so we can take some of this tape off. Okay, so time to get the capacitors that we need for this. I hope we have enough. At least I labeled them, so wherever they are labeled. That's for the LC. Those are not it. Boy. Now I know I have them, because I just saw them when I was talking to Mike. I just need to remember where they are. Brian is asking if you want a free personal laser writer. I have a personal laser writer. Which Brian? Which Brian? My friend Brian? My good old buddy, old pal Brian? Or a different Brian? I had to scroll. Hey, Brian! Not sure so. Sure. You know what? What more the merrier. Mine is not in the best shape, Brian, so maybe we could get them to work. Why am I accepting printers? Yes, sure. If I can't use it, somebody at VCF will take it off my hands. How about that? Does that sound good? Thank you, Adam, for relaying that message. These are 6-volt ones. These are not what I'm looking for. Oh, raw elements. I think of that printer every now and again. There's a few on eBay, but I just know if I bid on them, they'll just get destroyed. Absolutely destroyed. I would love the wide model of the original image writer. I would absolutely love it. That'd be so wizard. 25 volt, 4.7. No. Power computing. Okay, there's a bunch of caps on my desk. Could be there, I suppose. Oh, yes, now that I have some cash, I will be doing that, Jeremy. Thank you very much for the reminder. I would like those, if I could get them. If you see anything else you want, let me know. I plan to drive down to pick it up. Oh, hold on, let me scroll up, Brian. Sorry, my heat gun is in the way of reading the full chat. Why don't you send me a message on text message, Brian, and we'll catch up. I can't find it in the chat, and it keeps scrolling by itself because it's stupid. Please do. Adam. Okay, where the heck are the dumb caps for this? them aside. Maybe they're on the desk here. I don't know at this point, but we're gonna find out. They're just two different values. These are all for up here. Here's some of them. They're great, excellent. So they must be on my desk then. That's an excellent organization system you got going there, Stephen. So these are the 35 microfarad 3.3 volts. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I have almost exactly that amount, so perfect. And that's for a different machine. Oh, come on. If the other one was on my desk, the other one should surely be here too. Logic would dictate. Let's move the camera so it's not. There we go. It fell off the tripod all by itself. It knows when it's not wanted. Those are something else. Here they are. Found them. Yay. Alright, let's fix this lousy camera. Okay. 10 hours. How long have I been live? I don't even have the status window up. Oh, it's only been 2 hours and 25 minutes. I do have a thunder scan, yep. Okay, all right. So let's get the show on the road here. People have things to do, stuff to do, whatever. Let's clean these pads up first. And we'll have to use our solder wick to do that. And to be very careful. I mean, these whole areas are where the three caps in a row are is pretty gnarly. So take our time. Ugh. Let me fill this little thing with more alcohol as I run over the thing that has the capacitors in it. I'll be right back. And again, big thanks to Jay of the House of Moth for donating this little doohickey. It's very, very handy. Jeremy's Retro Bar, I believe that's the name of his channel, does exactly that. He makes drinks as he repairs things. Now, I'm not a partaker of those sorts of things, but this channel is entertaining nonetheless. Oh boy. Look how disgusting that all is. So I want to make sure none of those are going to get screwed up because I was blowing the heat gun around. These drinks all sound terrible. Alright, that almost looks clean enough. Might have to touch up that trace there. But let's get to the others here. The others. He was fine until he met the others. Run for your lives when it comes to the others. Oh, this is just awful. I actually use some flux and fresh solder to help this out here. Disgusting. Oh, that was awful. Need to turn my fan in my direction. This will hopefully be the worst of it. Well, I know it will be because they smell terrible. Those don't look too bad. These don't look too bad, really. Those don't look too bad. These are going to be terrible. Absolutely disgusting. So this is going to a little via that looks like it's connected to the other side, but it's all corroded there. Lovely. Of course, I'm being sarcastic. It's terrible. Is that pad just like mostly gone, or is it just that dirty? Nope, that's just all crud and dirt. Should be able to clean that up okay. End Windex. Make it all squeak clean. Now, this is my finger, just to show you how small this stuff is. Yeah. Super teeny tiny. I assure you I am not that tall, so my fingers are of normal size for a person of my unique stature. As expected, this was the worst set of little pads here. I think we're all okay now. Let's get our multimeter out and test. This is not the kind of fun scratch and sniff. You got that right, buddy. Alright, excellent. So let's put some darn caps on, huh? So the capacitors we will be using today come courtesy of Mouser, where I purchased them. No freebies on this channel, unfortunately. So here's the part number for the Mouser part number is 80-T491 B335M035. And the manufacturer part number is T491B33 5M035AT. And these are 35 microfarad 3.3 35 volt 3.3 microfarad tantalum capacitors. And you need 9 of them. So we have 9. Hey Eric, how's it going? Anybody else who joined, I apologize if I did not say hello, but hello! So what we're going to do is put a wee bit of flux here. And we're going to put these capacitors where they belong. So positive is this way. That means that, hold on, there's extra flux here I have to remove. That means that the stripe on these tantalums have to face towards the positive side of things. That goes for tantalum capacitors. The stripe means positive. There we go. All done. Now we have to solder these on. See, I almost had it perfect, then I had to go and mess it up there. Capacitors are so tiny. And just give these a gentle nudge. Yeah, those are not going anywhere. Woohoo! All right, let's move on to these guys. These are a bit worse shape here. Let's try and clean this up a little bit. Oof, that stinks. Make sure that was on there correctly. Alright, so let's get some of the old solder from these pads. We don't want them there. Be very careful. You don't want to apply too much heat for too much time, or you risk damaging these fragile pads, especially on something like this. I had some extra flux that was just hanging out on the edge of the syringe, so we'll use that. And we need another bunch of the same capacitor. Those are 35 volts, 3.3 microfarad. So give me another 3 of those. So now on my website I could update that guide is suitable for both the 160 and the 165, which is excellent. Hope this is entertaining. I'm having a lot more fun doing this than I was with that 128K, I could tell you that much. More my comfort zone. And I'll adjust that in a second. Same with that one, because that is crooked. These caps should be the same for other models too, but I don't like to assume. I always like to confirm those assumptions, because you never know what was going on. If one used a slightly cheaper display, but it could be very well that these will work on, like, the same caps rather will be suitable for like a 140, 145, 145B, etc. So there we go. Those look okay. Yes, I do have a 150. I do have a 145B, I believe. I have a few others that the display is trash, but I could look at the capacitors at least. Alright, let's deal with these first, and then we'll go down to the larger ones, which should be a bit easier. We are 5 caps away from getting this all set up, huh? Putting it back together, that's going to be the fun part. Ugh. Now we do have a slight bit of corrosion here. So I'll just put some solder over that. That'll be fine. That way it doesn't oxidize or do any other damage in the future, hopefully. Alright, so let's put our last 3 of these small caps on. 1, 2, 3. We have 2 to spare. How about that? No caps. You check the back of the board of the LCD? Because I originally opened one of these up and I'm like, oh, no caps. And I checked the back and I'm like, oh, that's plenty of caps. Let's place these in the approximate location first. Whoops. Let's try and get this all nice and neat. Sorry, you can't see this. I messed up. There we go. What I see through the microscope and what the camera sees is at a different viewpoint, so my apologies. Sometimes you don't get to see what I did by mistake. Alright, so we just have the two bigger caps to put on, and I think we're all set. Melinda, hello. New Airport Express thingy. Oh, Airport Expresses are fun. I like them. They have ceased to be. Well, they still work, I'll tell you that. Ooh, did we blow off another component here? When we were doing our heat gunning, I'll have to... I don't think so. I don't think there was anything there. I know that got blown off, but no, I don't think we missed anything else. Hopefully not. Yeah, these big caps have not leaked. They were in pretty good shape, but the smaller ones, my goodness, they leaked terribly. Alright, so let's put on these two caps. Empty spot next to the resistor was empty, I think. Okay. If anyone wants to rewind and double check that, that'd be awesome. Oh boy. Nervous laughter. Nervous laughter. Yeah, these caps are a bit large. But they're the only ones I have, so I'm going to have to make it... Oh, actually, that's not too bad. I was going to say I was going to have to make it work, but... Where's the other one go? There. Should be fine. Plenty of room. Excellent. The final cap. Excellent. Whew, boy. All right. So, let's clean this up here, and then we'll assemble it and make sure everything works. Then we'll assemble the whole machine, and that'll be that. Because last time I fixed one of these, I thought, you know, and I'll assemble it later. It's okay. And I completely, like, forgot about how I took it apart, and that was a pain in the butt. So, lesson learned. I'm going to try not to do that this time. That would be a mistake. So we're just trying to get all the flux and junk off of this board. Yeah, the LC is one of those machines where the sound usually just does not work because of all those capacitors that leak right next to that poor sound chip. Looks like we have some minor corrosion. Maybe I didn't notice it before. Right here. I believe this is all ground. Yeah, this is all the negative. So this is probably all grounded to each other. So all I'm going to do is just scrape this away. And just make sure that that has a solid connection. And that should be okay. So tinning that would help make sure that that does not corrode in the future. Because I don't want to take this apart again. I know Mike doesn't want to give it to me again. He wants to use it. Right. I think we look like we're in pretty good shape here as far as those repairs go. Right, well, that connector looks fine. That connector looks fine. So I think we are pretty much good to reassemble this. Turn the soldering iron off. Oh. Mike is probably asleep. That's okay. We're going to do him the justice of fixing this up anyway. Oh. Put more non-squeaky stuff on there. All right, so have our display that we now have to put back together. It's gonna be the fun part. Ugh. So we taped this piece of paper here. And there are like minor dust particles on here which would get trapped between the display and the light, and it won't really be noticeable, but I would notice it. I know Mike probably doesn't care all that much, but I want to make sure I can make it as clean as possible. This is just dry, I don't have anything on it. Just swiping these little hairs and dust particles away. believe that goes down the other way, maybe. Crap. Wait, I have a picture of the display because there's a few scratches on it, so I'll be able to. Good night, Angular. Thank you very much for stopping by. Well, I have a picture of when the display was on. It doesn't really help me. Well, if it doesn't fit that way, it would fit. Oh, no, wait. No, it has to fit that way because that's where the caps were. Yeah, so I had it right the first time. There, it's like that. I just had to move it a little bit. Okay, great. So, yeah, I mean, trust me, in my youth, I twisted many a cap off. Never worked out for me. And, you know, if I ever get lazy and think, oh, I'll just twist the cap off. Yeah, no. Alright, so I'm gonna blow some dust off of this. Carefully, of course. I think that's the best I could do here, considering the circumstances. Alright, and then we have this screw that goes here. Oh, wait, the metal thing goes over there first. Take the tape off. Don't need that right now. Okay, and now I have these little 3 small screws I'll put in here. I believe everything is in place with the LCD, but we will assemble the PowerBook partially and just double check. Okay. So I'm going to bend these little metal tabs, at least just a few of them, to keep this plastic on there. Just so we could test it enough, and if it looks good, then we'll button it all up properly. But here we go. Our display is assembled. And now let's do the rest of this. So we do have a display cable we need to put back on. Very fragile display cable. Still has some adhesive to it after all these years. There we go. And that plugs into this little edge connector thingamabobber, whatever. Technical terms here. Always using the most technical of terms. Using the dull side of the scalpel just to push in the edge connector there. Alright, I'm going to use some tape just to adhere that there. I am still going Bruce. We replaced the capacitors on this display. Now we're just buttoning it up enough to test. You missed some cruddy capacitors. My goodness. They were awful. Alright, just a piece of tape there to hold down this display. Okay. And I will need the bottom. Well, how can we do this? Let's see what we could do here. I guess we kind of have to put it all back together. So that's what we'll do. Yeah, because just the way it is here. Just the way it is. So, just positioning the PowerBook here so I could bend the plastic flaps here and make sure these, especially the very delicate ribbon cable, goes in very carefully. I see that places like PCBWay are now doing flex PCBs and stuff. I wonder if they can make new ribbon cables like this. I mean, I assume they could. That'd be neat, wouldn't it be? Huh? Alright, that's going to be a little weird, but that's okay. The goal here is to just get everything back enough in here so we could test properly. Am I putting this in correctly? Yes. Okay. I hate ribbon cables. I'm sure they hate me too. Come on, don't do that. Be good. Oh, I put the screw back in there because I was an idiot. Let me take that out. Trying to do this very delicately. I didn't break anything yet, Mike. We are putting it all together. Do not freaking jinx it. We are so close. That's a T10. Where the heck is the T8 tip I had before? There it is. Oh, I'm an idiot. I forgot there's the other screw in there too. Oh, God. This ribbon cable just makes everything so much fun. Now I know why I've been putting this off for forever. These are some of the jobs where people ask, well, how much is it to repair? And I go, how much you got? Just the amount of disassembly and stuff. I mean, if somebody just sent me the LCD, sure. You want to take it apart, put it together yourself? That's easier. Now I'm just complaining. I don't mean to complain. I'm just yammering about. Okay. So, we got the display cable in there. Just making sure I get the inverter plugged in here. And then we'll plug it into the PowerBook, and we'll see if everything looks nice. Plug our little inverter cable in there. And this is where the little contrast controls are, so we won't screw this fully in because it doesn't need to be at this point. We just want to test it. But I'll put one screw in there just so this isn't flapping around. Alright, excellent. So okay, and I realize with where'd the display thing go? The rest. Oh, I just had. Oh, here it is. Yeah, I realize without the back of this on, it's going to be a pain. So let's do this carefully here, just like that. Oh, Joe. Is maybe something connected to a via point or something weird? I mean, I have no idea what you're running into, man, but just keep trying to think about what it could be, and hopefully the situation will present itself, and you will be victorious. You can do it, Joe. I believe in you. If anybody here could do it, it'd be you, Joe. I certainly wouldn't be able to. Right. Be very careful with this ribbon cable, of course. We're screwing plastic into plastic. That's always a good sign. Okay, so top of the PowerBook is assembled enough that we could plug it into the bottom of the PowerBook and hopefully get some magic out of it. Now, where did I put the bottom of the PowerBook? Oh, that's right. It's in the drawer here. Okay, so yeah, this RAM module just really is seated in a weird way. Okay, so let's get this out of the way here. We have this interconnect cable that, of course, is so short, it makes you think, why did they make it that short? All right. And we don't have to have it seated perfectly. As long as we could test it and turn it on, we'll be in good shape. So let's move this camera. Oh, come on. Really? Now the tape I put on is working? Like when I don't want to pull it? Now the tape is working. You silly tape. Steve was going to use a different word, but then he didn't. Okay, so here's the PowerBook screen. And the PowerBook. I'll get a better angle in a moment. Let me just plug in this power cable here and see if we have an improvement, huh? Let's turn it on. Might have to adjust the contrast and such. Hard drive is not happy, but I can't get one of the sliders to activate. There we go. Oh wait, I might not have seated this correctly. 1 second. Hold please. The inverter board sits on a connector. Oh, this is gonna be a pain in the butt. I think I could reach it if I do this. Hold on. Hold on. Let's just double check this here. Yeah, the inverter was not seated correctly. That'll do it. Okay. Let's try that again. You'll get it, Joe. And then think of all the bajillions of dollars you can make from them. Of course, this cable connected perfectly last time. Now it's going to give me trouble. It's such a weird angle. The cable is pointing down, so you can't really get the connector to be flush with it unless you like use both hands and your stomach and you push it. It's so weird. There we go. You straighten it out, sometimes it helps. Please. Alright, there we go. Okay, let's try this again. Fingers crossed, huh? What do you guys say? Do you think it's going to work this time? Let's have some positive energy here. 3, 2, 1. Well, I see light on the screen now, I think. Maybe? Why am I not seeing an image? What? That brightness. So the brightness works. That's strange. Huh. Alrighty. How do we manage this? What the heck? Maybe something isn't seated correctly. Let's put the camera back over here. It's a terrible angle. It's even a worse angle. Whatever. We'll just... I don't know. No, there doesn't seem to be an image. It's just like brightness. Wish I had an extension cable for this thingy. That'd be easier to troubleshoot it. I mean, it boots, so that's not the RAM. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure the ribbon cable is all plugged in correctly. Believe it is. Yeah, I mean, I'll reseat it, but looked to me like that was inserted correctly. Come on, we need a positive ending here tonight. Otherwise, Bruce is going to have to stream to keep us all in high spirits. Right, Bruce? Bruce is now swearing at whatever device he's looking at. The hell, I'm not going to stream. I have too much work to do. Let's put in the other screw by the inverter just in case something is loose there. I have no clue. Yeah, that's in. I was just joking about you streaming after me, that's all. That's all, Bruce. That's all. Let's take this memory expansion out just in case it's like not making things happy. And I'm going to disconnect this hard drive cable. Never mind. Easier said than done. I didn't want to put any undue stress on the hard drive, but whatever. The PowerBook is alive with the sound of plastic creaking. Okay. Let's try this again. Same problem, it looks like. Oh wait, no. We got a cursor. Holy crap. There we go. Oh, that's beautiful. Look at that. Look how sharp that is. I've not seen a passive matrix screen look so nice. Oh, Mike will be happy. Hey, Mike. It works. Yeah, the ghosting is nearly all but gone. Just, you know, the normal ghosting you'd have on a display of this type. You adjust the contrast and such. I'm pushing the contrast too far. Hold on. Oh, that is lovely. Look at that. Look at that. That is beautiful. I'm going to take a picture of that. Mike, is there any important data on here? Do you want me to copy it off to a blue SCSI just to... Well, I'm not going to show the documents. Oh, there's nothing there. So, cool. You could shut off the backlight. Yeah, I think if I just go like that, the backlight's off. You could still see kind of an image on the screen if you look at the menu bar and the reflection. Oh yeah, so there is 4 megabytes on board, and then the card is a 4 meg card. So then that's 8 in total. Excellent. This is really neat. I'm gonna take a picture of this real quick. Let me grab my phone. There it is. Yeah, I'll probably plug a SCSI device into there just to copy that stuff off. All right, let me see what screen. All right, so I had Macintosh hard drive open when I took a screenshot last. Wow, night and day difference. This is cool. It's funny, you see more of the lines on a photo of it than you do on the machine itself, but excellent. Okay, all right. Yes, I am satisfied, because that is looking quite nice. Now to leave it not together until I forget how to put it back together. Bye. No. We're gonna follow through so we don't make the same mistake we made last time. I am curious just to see how big the hard drive is here. We have a 67 meg drive. What's in the trash? I'm nosy. To do arts and application. We have a lot of information here. Crap. I don't know. Games. Solitaire sampler. Applications. Oh, there's a bunch of cool stuff here. I wonder if there's any interesting control panels or anything. Sorry, Mike. Hope you don't mind. Oh, it was on there when you got it. Okay, cool. Well, let's see. This has the HDI SCSI interconnect. Who's it? What's it? Yeah, we'll mess with that later. I'm not gonna take everything off now because I want to put this back together. All right, so let's shut the machine down. Thank you. Yep. Thank you very much for watching, Daniel. I'll see you later. Okay, so this is going to be fun. We have to take it apart and then put it back together properly. We have to remove this cable. And the bottom right hinge, or the tab, always wants to fight us. Alright, so let's put the PowerBook over here for now. I'm going to have to carefully put this display back exactly how it was before. So I don't want to risk damaging that poor little ribbon cable. Okay. Let me see. I took a picture. Let me just let it. Let me just see what it looked like before. Let's see. Okay, so that went behind the hinge there. All right, so we're gonna have to take this off of the hinge here, and we're gonna have to put something like a box. That box is too tall. We need another box like this, just to rest the display on. Okay. Do not give you much space to work with here at all. Alright, my phone's all the way over there. Was this cable over the hinge or under the hinge? Pretty sure it was over the hinge. Yeah. But this one was under, so I'd have to remove. Oh, I see how it went. That's how it went, like this. The inverter cable went like that. And this is very tedious, so just bear with me here. This box is too tall, believe it or not. What about that? Is that there? That's fine. I just want to put some tape on the cable. Here, we'll put the camera back up here so you can see something interesting, maybe. I'm going to put the tape, a little piece of tape on this cable just to keep it there. Mike, do you want me to try and glue that plastic post, or you just want me to leave it as is? Just keeps that from wiggling around as we're trying to put it together again. Okay. And this cable routes itself right here. So it goes right behind the hinge. Actually cut you some slack here on this cable, which is nice. There we go. It's one of those extra cables. You don't need all of them. They expect you to open it up and mess around and take a few of them out. Okay, all right. So where did I lose a screw? I don't think so. I've been trying to keep very... Oh, that's right. That's where the little those little cover screws go in. Okay, I was like, wait a second, where'd the screws go? I swear I didn't lose them. That should be fine. The fun part is putting this back together in the order that it has to go back in. Yeah, this doesn't have a microphone, does it? Oh no, yeah, that's where the speaker's there. So this would just go there. We just put the two screws in that go there. So these are right on top where the screen is, part of the hinge. And all 4 of these Torx screws seem to be the same, which is good. Makes it easier. Now, there are 2 screws on the left and the right on the display here, that look to be missing, and that's because that's how the faceplate of the display goes on. Alright, make sure these are tight, but not too tight that they're going to break the plastic or anything. We'll put these little things on last, but let's... yeah, that could go on last too. We don't need to worry about that right now. Just want to make sure all of this is plugged in correctly on the bottom here, including these little pieces for the hinges. They slide in. So the smaller part here faces towards the inside of the PowerBook. Let me just pull some of this excess wire here that's just hanging there. And this just provides some tension for the screws that go into the feet. I don't think the feet have a certain orientation, left or right. I think they're both the same. There is sort of a mechanism in here that, you know, when it's adhered to the case, it helps it turn. So you just want to make sure you have that set correctly. Whatever that means, I don't know what I'm saying anymore. It's late. What is a computer? I don't know. That's good enough. Let's put this one back in here. You don't need to screw these in all the way flush. They sort of act like springs anyway, so you don't want to break them or anything. Make sure all these screws are tight as they can be. Excuse me. Yeah, that post is completely broken. I'm going to get my hot glue gun, if you guys don't mind. Just give me a minute. I'm going to grab that so I can at least try and fix that post a little bit. So I'll be right back. I'm okay. That noise was nothing to be alarmed over. Ow. Alright, so we're just gonna try and glue this together. It's this little post. We're not as fancy as our good friend Colin from This Does Not Compute, but this should just keep this in there just enough for us to screw it all back together. I hope. In fact, I'm trying to determine how... Oh, yeah, I see how it goes. Actually, yeah, how am I going to get that in there? It's not, it's not exactly in the easiest position. And the plastic is already cracked. You're gonna look away. Okay, Adam. Good idea. Good idea. There it goes. It's supposed to be sort of snug in there. Now it is. This glue gun never works on the low setting. I have to put it on high. You sure, Mike? I'm just going to put a dab here. I'm not going to try and, like, reinforce the whole darn thing, but... I think it'll make it easier when if you ever need to disassemble it, take out the hard drive, etc. Of course, now the stupid glue comes out. No, I think it's... Alright, you know what? I'll leave the entire post out if you want, Mike. Because it does screw in there. I honestly think it would actually secure it pretty well. Because this plastic pit is empty. So if I fill that with glue, that should hold it. But if I'll leave it up to you, Mike. It's yours. I don't want to force your hand or anything. You let me know what you would prefer, and we'll leave it at that. But let's put it this way: if I glue it, then you have here. If I glue it and it doesn't work, you could yell at me for something. think of the possibilities. Please knock over something. All right, let's unplug that. It actually looks pretty sturdy in there. It wasn't the most terrible break there, so that's good. All the little stringy bits of glue. Yeah, as long as you treat it well, it should be just fine. All right, cool. So let's continue putting this bad boy back together, huh? All right, let's put this memory module back where it belongs. So Mike has a full 8 megabytes on this system. And this is a Quantum Go drive, 60 megabytes. All right, so we're gonna put this back on. And then we have to put the display bezel back on, and then we're pretty much good to go, I think. What's interesting is the trackpad actually does not have any wires. It connects via these contacts that you see toward the very edge of the screen. Because, yeah. All right, let's put this back on correctly. Well, then we just won't put the screw in, Adam. How about that? Checkmate. Okay. All right, let's put the rest of the screws in to secure the display. Thanks, Mike. I love you too, buddy. What the hell, man? Don't make me charge you hourly. Oh, where the hell did that screw go? See, you made me laugh, and now a screw went flying. There it is. Okay. Alright, so now we have the fun part of putting all the plastic pieces on the display and all that fun stuff, including this. So let's try and do this. So this clips up onto the top. Like that, I think. There we go. Where does this screw go? Where did this come out of? Wait a second. I want to make sure I'm not... We have one extra screw. Oh, no, we don't. I just got confused over where something went. That's all. Alright, cool. So that's there. Let's put these little plastic pieces back on. Oh, wait. The stupid contrast and brightness. That's what I was forgetting. Alright, where did the... There it is. Alright, now I have to look at a picture. Of which one is next to which. Oh, come on, you stupid Photos app. Just go back to where I wanted you. Alright, contrast is on the left, brightness is on the right. So, this is going to be fun. Might have to take it apart again. That'll be a blast. Just for this silly switch. So let's put it all the way to the right. Let's see if that was... The only way to know if it's on is to take it off again. Yep, nope, it was not. Alright, so this goes like that. I think that one's on. We'll do the same with this one. You have to sort of put it in and then like lift it up. And hook it on to the switch there. It's not fun, I tell you. Nope, that one didn't go on. You can just feel it when it doesn't click correctly. Let's try the opposite direction. Oh boy, this is annoying. Hey Chris, how's it going? Try and just loosen this screw. That's not going to do anything, is it? Yeah, that wasn't on either, because I'm going to have to take the darn inverter cable off just to put these stupid buttons in, aren't I? Oh, come on. That's no fair. There was time now. Yep, I think there's no way around that, unfortunately. Damn it. Alright, let's do this correctly. So, pro tip, before you put the damn inverter thing in, make sure the brightness and the contrast knobs are all set in there. Otherwise, you're going to have a bad time. Camera slightly closer so you could sort of see what's going on here. And I swear we're almost done. Now, I'm not finishing it tomorrow, because it will run into the exact same problem we did last time. Yeah, so here are the little switches where those buttons have to go. So you essentially have to put them so it rests on there, and then you could slide them back and forth. See you, Adam. Good night. Oh God, Mike. well now. Mike's cat is being silly. Okay, let's put a switch in there. Oh, come on. How did that even happen? And I'm going to put some tape on these so they can't move while I'm reassembling it. How about that? Alright, let's try and do this properly then. Alright, let's put these two screws in, then we'll test them. Those little sliders to make sure we didn't screw anything up. Excellent. Yay. All right. Thank goodness. Let's put everything back on here and be done with it. I need the little speaker. What's it? Where'd that go? I mean, thankfully it doesn't have to go in a certain way, but all right, well, let's plug the rest of it in and then we'll go from there, huh? All right, so we have this here. RAM module is all set correctly. Right, so it's very easy to forget. There's this tiny little screw that goes in by the modem. If you don't forget, you could easily break the plastic of the PowerBook while you're taking it apart. Now the broken tab is here. I'm just simply not going to reinsert that screw. There's no point in it. I don't want to damage anything, so we'll just sort of leave it as is. But I will put the screw there and put a piece of tape over it just so we don't lose the screw. There we go. So that screw will not be going anywhere. And now we just need to find that little piece of plastic that we somehow misplaced. And put the little two screws back in here. Where did that piece of plastic go? Did it fall down? No. Sorry for the silly angle there. Go up, you stupid camera tripod. Jeez. Oh, it's good to stand up. There's Mike's kitty cat. Aww. All right. Where is that piece of plastic that is taunting me? Didn't fall down, I don't think. Didn't see it fall down. Oh, what the heck, man? There it is. There it is. There it is. This is a PowerBook 165. Slightly better than your average PowerBook. Hey. And the last thing we are doing is plugging the two screws into the bezel for the display. Okay, and let's plug this thing in. power it on and make sure we didn't blow anything up, huh? Thank goodness. You have to fiddle with these slightly. Slow movements, otherwise it gets a little confused, but there we go. Looks pretty darn good, huh? There you go, Mike. Your PowerBook is back in working order. PowerBook 1400 Vintage Hillbilly Shack is not a bad machine. PowerBook 3400, 5300, they're all PowerPC models. All depends on what software you want to run, etc. PowerBook G3s are always a good option, but excellent. All right. Yeah, the screen was all terrible. Hey, Nate, how's it going? We have to take a look at your Mac Plus another day. I know I owe you that. But the screen was all washed out. It was all even more terrible than most passive matrix screens are. And now we replace the capacitors, and it's in lovely shape. So I'll put the recapping guide to this model in the video description there. Sit down again. Oh, boy. Well, that was a turn of events. We were playing around with the 128K, and then we decided to not play around with it anymore because I was being a pain in the butt. And we fixed Mike's PowerBook, so now he has one less thing to yell at me about. So, oh goodness, goodness! But we just hit the 4-hour mark, so it looks like it's time to go to bed. Any questions or anything that you guys have before the stream ends, let me know. But I will be putting the well, there is a recapping guide already for the 160 on my website. It's the same for the 165. I just didn't want to make an assumption, but it turns out it's identical, which is good to know. So, here we go. Thank you very much, Elemento, and everybody who's congratulating me on the fix. It is nice to fix things. It is nice to fix things. Oh, goodness. Goodness. Mike has a question. Oh, gosh. Here we go. Let me shut this machine down before Mike gets any silly ideas. And we'll put this on the side over there. When do I get my other processor? When you come here and get it. I thought you weren't even using that machine anymore. Thomas B., you are 91 or you were born in 91? I am confused. All right, so let's see what we got going on here. Still about 30 of you hanging around here, and I do appreciate that. I will probably be doing another stream. Actually, I know I will be doing another stream this weekend. Born in 91, okay. I know I will be doing another stream this weekend, probably on this channel, building some blue scuzzies. Yay! So those will be fun to do. And I'll have company. And you'll just have to stay tuned to my Twitter and my Discord channel for details about that. But we do have a Discord channel. The link should be in the video description. If not, I'll put it there after the live stream. But if you like to join Discord and chat and do all that sort of stuff, well, you can do that there. You can also follow me on Instagram and Twitter. My handle is Mac84TV. But that's about it. I think I got a few super chats. So if I did, thank you very much for the super chats. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you, everybody who likes the stream and subscribes and all that stuff. Working on digitizer boxes. That sounds fun. Uh-oh, Mike's talking about bell bottoms. All right, we got to go. But thank you very much for everybody who's stopping by and sticking it through with us. This was a bit of a marathon of a stream. We're sort of limping to the finish. But I think we made good progress. I'm very happy that we got the PowerBook fixed. One less thing for Mike to yell at me about. That's about it for now. Hope to have a new video coming out at the end of the weekend, a non-live video. And yeah, that's about it. Take care, guys, and I'll see you later. Bye.